Hello. I accidentally just closed the YouTube Studio thing. Hold on. Alright. I can see again. Give me a moment, let me just check everything. Alright. Looks like I'm good. So I only have a few things left to work on here. It's actually the main game mechanics, so I need to be able to dig, and I need to be able to collect the maps. So I think the first step is going to be to actually just create the maps. I can just do that as 3 images, that's not hard to do. And then I have to update the dialogue to work with that, so that the wizard, or George, gives you the maps. I did 2 minor changes while I was setting stuff up. I swapped the colors of the tops of these tiles so they're a bit more visible and they're more distinguished from the background tiles. And then I also fixed, there's a mistake on Hatrick's face that I noticed. There's part under his eye that was highlighted too bright that I fixed. But yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the maps. I think it's the best place to start, and then I can maybe do the digging and inventory and stuff. So I'm gonna start the chrono lapse so I can get stuff going for the time lapse, and then we'll see if I can get the maps on here. Where? So the maps don't need to be. They need to be of a decent size, but they're not going to be full screen. I want to show all 3 on the screen at once, or I want that to be a possibility. So, move these out of the way, and I'm going to use space over here for the maps. Alright. So for the maps, I'll probably use, I can use like this color maybe, or use the white brown. I think the white brown is the best. So I'm just gonna make a big square or a big rectangle. I'm not sure how big, probably like, well, the screen's like 300 wide, so I think 128 by 80 maybe. That should be about right. Now that I really hope this doesn't come off as like a skin colored map. It's oddly pink. Alright. Let's see. I have a couple games that I've drawn maps for. I'm gonna pull them up as references. Oh wait, did I just get? Yo, someone just bought Drowned on Abyss. But so I drew maps in Mop and Spellcaster's Forest. So, or not maps, this one was scrolls, but similar. And the maps here were, this is probably closest to what I'm going to have. I'm just going to draw a rough sketch of the area and then make a map for it. Alright, so how do I want to do this? Oh, actually, I do like the scroll thing because it adds shape to the map, and then also it makes sense because it's given to you by a wizard. Where's the? I'm trying to pull it back up. All right, so I just have it open over to the side. So the way this is gonna work is I have to like shave off part of the corner here so it starts to like curl in right here. And then I can stick it out over here. And then I fill that in. Maybe I should give it 1 more pixel. Alright. Let's grab a darker color. and gotta start forming out this curve. So the way I did it before is like I think it went down to here, and then I had like I don't think I need that much space. I like that. And then and now we just need actually don't this can go pretty far this way, and then curve this out, or not curve it out, you just stretch this out over here. And then that will be like the, nope. This will be the shadow for the skull. There we go. So that's starting to look good. This part over here needs to be updated. So we held the scroll, or not like, it's just the end is rolled up, not necessarily too much of a scroll, but I think I'm gonna move that, and then I can just do like a little bit of a curl right there. So I'll put that back. So the paper is rolled up. That helps a lot with giving it shape. I'm gonna add one more line for the shadow right here. There we go. Once I do one map, the rest will be easy because I can just copy the background. So that for the bottom, I'm going to just kind of taper it off a bit. Like that. And then I could pull up the mop ones real quick, and then I believe in mop I had, like, yeah, the edges were jagged. Look, they look kind of like this, so they're really jagged on the edges. You could do that, put some tears into it. So just like cut into it wherever I feel like it, and alright. Scribble. It'll look like well-intentioned detail later on, and no one will know that I was just scribbling. Hopefully. That's normally how this stuff goes. Alright. So what can I do with this? I could probably put some, just maybe like some splotches. Speaking of splotches on papers, I got I had a class where I had a physics lab I had to fill out, and it was an assignment, so it would be a bunch of questions we had to fill out, and then it would be graded. It was graded by a professor. And I would get, well, like one of the times I got my lab paper back with splotches of mustard all over it. Alright. I think that's good enough. Maybe I'll add some along the sides too. So that looks good enough to me. Maybe just fill in the gaps a little bit more. I think that should do it. Alright. No, I don't use a drawing tab. I mean, sometimes I do, but not for this game. Did my music stop? Oh, and no, this is the one where it has just deep bass for a while and I can't hear it. How am I doing? I'm doing fine, I guess. I'm a bit sleepy because I was up pretty late last night. Why do I use MS Paint? Because why not? Alright. So now I just copy this and you make 3 clones of it. And then we can start putting the actual areas that we put the items onto it. So for this, I don't remember the exact areas, so I'm gonna pull up the level editor. If you're concerned about spoilers, as someone was in the chat last night, you should avert your eyes right now. My Pygame course, I'm not sure because like it's like 3rd on my priority list right now. There's some other stuff that's higher priority, so it's on my list but not the highest priority, so I'm not sure. Alright, so we have the hat right here. Let's start with the pickaxe. So the pickaxe was, oh, it was down here. Alright. So I just have to do kind of like a rough sketch of the area. The question is, do I do it in black or white? I think in black. Yeah. So I'm going to pull this up on the side so that I can do my sketch. So we have a little island right here. And it goes up to here and you get like a little ramp. And then that comes down like that. And then let's just put the tree up on it. I'll do big landmarks like trees. And then, how detailed should the tree even be? I don't even know. I'll probably just like, Alright, there is the tree. And then you're going to be looking for a flat space of land with a ramp to the left. And then I'll put an X on the spot you're supposed to be. So that goes off the edge. But under the ramp, it will have a little ledge right here. And then you have like this thing stepping up to the side here. Actually, no, it's like this. This is actually level, and then it goes like this. And then after this step right here, there's a spike sticking out. Alright, so that will be the first map, kind of. I could also add in the bush, I guess. So there's a little bush right here. And then there's a little thing sticking out right here, I guess. Now, the last thing, let's just add the scribbling for the grass. Just so you know it's there. Now I can take red and mark the spot. And we'll say it's right in the middle, right here. Ah. And then maybe I'll add some white around the edges, or maybe I'll do a black outline, and that will make it hopefully more visible. Alright. So there's the X. Now I just have a few more to do. I'm just gonna like scroll around, and here you can see the difference here. There's where the pickaxe is, and this is the map. So we got looks pretty similar to me. It's a very rough sketch, but it's supposed to be a rough one. I need to check real quick to see if there's something else that might look similar. I don't think there is. Just like an island with a tree on it somewhere that's above something else. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So I think once you see this area, I think once you see that tree even, maybe you should recognize that. So the next one is up here. This one might be the hardest one to find. Alright, so this one, ignore the plane. I have absurd amounts of background noise right now. Hello, plane. Alright, so the island's kind of in the middle here. It's just kind of like shaped like that, and then we have it go down to here, comes up and does this, and we have our little spike on it. And then I think I'll draw the island below down here. And this one has some spikes on it too. And then we have even lower, like right down here, we have an island like right here with nothing on it, absolutely nothing on it. And then one block higher, a little bit to the left, we have another island. And then this island. Okay, that background noise, if you can hear that, is just wind. Alright. Alright, so that's going to be the map, I think. Not a whole lot to work off of, but really... actually, I think I can put a little bit of something up here just to tell you. Not a whole lot to work off of, but once again, I don't think there's anywhere else that looks exactly like that. Alright, so we need a X right here. And then I do the outline, and then that will be that map. After this map is done, I just have one more. But this last one might have the most complicated surroundings, I'm not sure. Once the maps are done, I can start adding them in. I have to add the dialogue with George to have him actually give them to you, and then I have to add the inventories for the maps, and the inventory for items, the animations, everything. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Yeah, that one's kind of a desolate area. Not a whole lot of fancy foliage to draw. Alright. Is the level editor open source? And if so, can you find it on GitHub? No. It will be open source. Specifically, the one I'm using right now will be open source summer next year. Yeah, level editors are not hard to make. I just have one because there's some obscure features I use that don't really exist in other editors. I tried to switch not too long ago, but then I looked at them like, no. Alright. And then also, if you saw my last stream, there's a section where I just got rid of, like, I don't know, a quarter of the tiles on the map, just automatically to optimize the map, because there's lots of tiles that aren't technically visible. Other tools I don't think have things like that. Alright. So, let me pull up the last area here. The final spoiler. This one's going to be on top of the section right here. This is going to be the tricky one to draw. So, you get like a little... Goes down like that, halfway across, down again, up. You know, when I was like 10, one of the things I would do for fun is when I was in the car, I would just start drawing maps of wherever we were going. I didn't have a map of where we lived, but I would just estimate them, which was interesting. Right. So this one goes right here. It's got some grass on it. No, I can't draw off the map because then that'll just expand it. So we got some random grass, and we got some spikes sticking out right here. And then down here, just a few tiles below, we get our nice spikes. And then this goes across until here-ish, and then we go ramp down, across, ramp down. Oh, this is awkward, there's a giant tree right here. That's a sound I have not heard in a while. Alright, so let's just try my best to draw the tree. It doesn't have, like, it's just supposed to look like a rough sketch. It doesn't have to be too accurate. This might be the easiest one to find, just because the sketch has so much detail in it. So we get like, wait, no, this is level with that. So that's like that, and then we get our two boxes right here. And then we get a big box right here. This one goes here, and then we get another box that goes right here. And then we have one more box right there. And then this goes over to here, where it curves down and goes across. And then that comes up like this. Why is the roof the most complicated part of this area? So it goes two tiles to the left here, and then it goes down, just like that. And then we get one more tile like that. That is one complicated area. Hopefully people can understand these maps drawn by George and definitely not me. Alright. Just do the outline and then we're done. Alright, we have our maps. They may be at varying scales, but they are maps. I think they should be fairly easy to follow. I'm gonna take a look at chat real quick. And once again, no, the map is not free. Well, the tile map editor is not free. The software you want me to make a video on the software I use for pixel art, tile sets, and tile maps? This is MS Paint. You have it. Do I make Pygame tutorials? What? That's like half of my channel. My tutorials, some of them are kind of advanced, but not quite to the level that I work at. If you want the really advanced stuff, you should be, like, the only place you can get it, I think, is either by reading my code or watching these streams. Like, specifically, like, the Game Jam ones and stuff. So I think you're in the right place if you're looking for the advanced stuff. If you're looking for the easier stuff, just look on my channel. There's tons of tutorial videos. Alright. So, time to get these maps into the game. I need a new folder for the maps. Maps. There we go. So, we can take each. Wait. I'm probably gonna go back to the recording later and see how well you guys can actually hear the airplanes. Alright, data, images, maps, and this will be map. Whose item is this? This is Changu's. And then the next map is Hat Trick. So file save as map, Hat Trick. And then the last one is there we go. This one is Luna. Alright, those are our 3 maps. So now to get them into the game and make it so George gives you them. So for that, we have to go over to the NPC code, and it's over here. So it's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna need, like, I'm just gonna hack this. Self.talked2 equals this. Let's just do this is this really sloppy way. Now I go over to here and say self.talk to dot add, and then self dot type. No, wait, egame dot talk to. And actually, I'm going to make this an empty set because I don't want duplicates. So now I can say, if Chungu in self.egame.talked2. That's not what I want. If it's in there, and if I have to add another thing. I can go off of the inventory. It's gonna be such a hack. Maps equals this. And Chungu not in self.ehud.maps. George text equals add map equals false. This will be add map equals true, and then I'll just add it here. So self.ehud.maps.append, and then we throw that in. And now we have to just, this really could have been a for loop, but too bad. I was originally going to put custom text in there, but no, because then it chains up. So we have, actually I don't feel like it's actually just easy to do for loop. For NPC in Chungu, Patrick, Luna, if NPC, and then if add map, George text append. I see you need help finding something. My magic orb can help with that. And then I'm just gonna do there you go. That should be it. Cool. And then he just randomly says shoes. If someone has a recommendation for a better word to just randomly shove in there, I will take it. What do I think is better for Python, Visual Studio Code, or PyCharm, and why? I haven't used PyCharm. I don't care too much about IDEs. I use pretty much just whatever. Yes, Chungu is a reference to Chungus. Alright. You played around with both? Okay. Will the project be open source? Ludum Dare games are required to be open source, as in you can read the source. That doesn't mean it has an open source license. I can actually close this now. So I can test George's dialogue real quick. So I just gotta walk over to him, press X, blah 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 blah. And now, if I talk to Hattrick, now if I talk to George again, no, I fell into the, it's impossible to get out of there. I need to swap the maps, but it's complicated. So I will talk to George, and then I have to talk to Hattrick. Actually, I think it's easier to talk to Luna, because it's just easier, she's closer. Alright. Hello, George. Hello, I see you need help finding something. My magic orb can help with that. Alright, so he gives us a map. And then if you talk to him again, he doesn't do anything else. So, the map is in our inventory. I just need to have something that tells you to press a button that makes them pop up. So I'm gonna make this to wait. Pi ord z. So z is 122. I'm going to say maps button 122. So from here, I can then make it so that this has a thing that shows you the map. So self.show maps equals false. Actually, it should be like a timer, so they need to slide up. Or actually, no, I should have that, and then self.maps position equals 0 or something like that. And then I'll say you shouldn't be able to talk unless you shouldn't be able to do anything if your maps are showing. So I'm gonna go over to the player's code, and then I'll send the NPCs. And not self.ehud.showMaps. So I'm gonna put the same thing in front of the movement stuff on the player. So that will be right here and right here. We say no talking or showing maps. Then over here, I'm using this render function as an update function. I really shouldn't, but it doesn't matter too much. If I'll say actually else, if self.e input.pressed maps, if len self.maps self.maps dot show maps equals true. And over here I'll do M target equals 0. No, let's do 200 if self.show maps else 0. Self.maps position equals M target minus self.maps position. It needs to be plus equals that divided by 6. Wait, by self.e window.dt, and then if self.show maps self.e renderer.blit for map in self.maps, we can do maps, no, it's just map, and then the location will be map x equals, it should be self.e game.display.get width 2. So it'll be halfway across, and then it'll adjust based on how many maps you have. So what's the correct algorithm for this? It's probably like you minus for you wait minus, I need an I here, in enumerate self.maps minus I by, how wide were these maps? I forgot. They're 86. So let's say 100. Do I have that much space? I'll say 95. Minus 95. And then it needs to be like a half, so minus 0.5. Oh, and this should be len self.maps actually. Minus 0.5. Or wait, the offset depends. So you get a range. I've done this before a million times. Why can't I think of the math right now? So it's not hard to do if it's like a fixed length. Hold on. What is it? So I need to be able to, it needs to be minus, let's do it this way. So for the first one, it's gonna be minus 47. If there's just one, if there's two, it should be, well, it should be like halfway across the screen. I can just like spread it. I think the way it works is you grab a spread and you distribute it across the spread. So the spread should be from, so spread equals 0, or let's say 20 to, we have where is it? 20 to 300, but we want to subtract the width of these maps, which is 86. So actually, I'm not going to do quite 86. I'm going to do 223. And then those are actually derived from that. Give me a moment, I'm going to close some windows real quick. Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Hello. Alright. Yeah, so we start at this. Well, you start at 0.5 and go to like if you have 3, it goes up to 2.5. And then you can multiply that with respect to the spread. So you do spread 0 plus you do that times the difference of the spread. Spread 1 minus spread 0. And that should be the map X. And then for map Y, this one's, it should just be, I forgot how tall these things are, hold on. Let's say 130, 140 is the height. How much vertical space I actually have? 210. So we'll say 170. So 170 would, or let's need to think about it in terms of actually from the top. So if it goes 210, we'll say 25 or 30. And then we can add like 200 minus 200 by, or minus target. Alright. So, since it's 210, they should be at the bottom of the screen, and then I think that's all good. So Z, this is going to be the highest priority thing. It'll show up as Z equals 100. And then I think that should work. So I can't do anything yet. I have to go talk to people and get a map first. And then when I have a map, I should be able to see stuff. And then I have to do them one at a time to make sure they show up in the right spots. Hello. Alright, hello George. Now, really? Okay. You can only concatenate string, not float string. Did I do my enumerate backwards? Yeah, the I goes first, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Haven't made that mistake in a long time. Anyways, I'm gonna do a little hack here. I'm gonna add Chungu in to begin with. Right, and then that can't be just map. Then you see self.e assets images maps, and then we do that. And I also need to load them, so that's going to be under maps. Oh, it's also not just Chungu, it's map Chungu. It won't go away. That's me not self.show maps. So this should be at 200, and then it goes 0. Wait. No, that's correct. So it starts at 0. Oh, not name target, it needs to be self.maps position. So that should make it animate. Oh, that's too slow. So this needs to be by 4, and then min 1. That also needs to be in all cases, not just if show maps, because otherwise it disappears when you undo it, and this also still needs to be faster. Look at that, I have a map. So this is Chungu's item. And then I need to find... Alright, so now I can go over to George. It's a bit tricky to get up there. So I talk to George. And now I have 2 maps. And I do need to add an indicator that just tells you need to press Z. Alright, so talk to Luna, get the last map, or get the thing that tells me to get the last map, so I still only have 2 until I talk to George. So now I can talk to George, and he should tell me... Oh no. It was going so well. What could have gone wrong? Where did I go wrong in my math? Hold up. I think the way it works is for odds you want to add 0.5. And then otherwise you want to stretch out to the edges. Maybe? Let's see. So the problem is it won't start at 20 if I have this +5 here. So the way you can fix that is subtract 1 from the length of the maps. Only problem with that is can I... Let's see if this works. Map r equals that if len self.maps is greater than 1, else 0.5. And then we do right here, this is just going to be map r. Because this will be a 0 division error if it's 1 map. And then that should just be I. So for 2 maps, it'll be 0 and 1. Which is, yeah. So 1 map shows up in the center, that's correct. Let's try 2. Two maps. I can actually see where I am, that's funny. And then for 3 maps, we get not Chungu, hat trick. Ta-da! That's a hack way to do it. It would have been easy to do it some other ways. There's a better way where you can, for 2 maps, you can get spread more evenly. But I don't feel like fixing that. I've already spent enough time on that. I've only got 5 hours left. Haven't done any of the audio or VFX. So I'm gonna just trim that down. Actually, no, I'll leave that for now. So I need the indicator telling you that you can use the maps. That will be... So this is going to be awkward because the X button can be really small. The Z button cannot. Wait, where'd it go? So here's the X button. I could slide a Z into there, I guess. So the way it would work is something like that. That works. So I can actually just copy this. And we can say Z. And we gotta store that in MISC. And then for 2, I can probably just copy. Nope, I don't want that. Just copy this part right here and just drop it right there. And that becomes Z button 2. Alright, we're getting there. So that needs to show up when you get your first map, but you're not near an NPC. So I would say if you're not near George, because the George is where you get your first map. So self.ever opened maps equals false. And then I can go in here and say lf self.type is George if e HUD dot is let's just do not, if not that, then we can do this, but instead of showing it above George, we show it above the player. So that will be, well, first of all, that's going to be Z button, but then it also shows at self.e game.player.sensor, and then reuse this, and instead of doing center, I guess we do position. Now self.ever open maps equals true, so you should only ever see that thing once. It's not even on, it's not even centered. It's centered for him, not for me. I could show it in the bottom right, maybe. I'll show it where I show the text one. So for the text one, it's just right here. And that's just a lot easier. Doesn't look as strange. So I tell you to press Z, you press Z, and it's gone forever. So it just shows that one time, just so you know to do that. And then I should make it so that if you have a map and you stand on the spot, it'll tell you for the first one that you need to dig. So for that, we need a button, well, another button thing that tells you what button to press. So for this one, it'll be down. There we go. So it's just a down arrow. And then we can save this as down button. And then go over to button 2 and literally just copy paste. File, save as, this will be down button 2. And then that will pop up over the player's head when they're near the dig site. Alright. So for this, it's time to actually switch to map 4. This is the one that actually has the item locations in it. So right now they should show it as just kind of floating tiles. Yeah, so we have our hat just sitting there. Look at that, that's the hat. But that's, I'm gonna have to make that disappear and it'll turn into like a hidden entity that you can interact with pretty much. And if you just dig right here, it'll activate. And then I need to do the UI for collecting the items. But then after that, I just have to do the last couple quest things and then I'll be pretty much done with the actual mechanics. Maybe I should add a thing just saying thanks for playing, but I'll do that as like a final polishing step probably. I do want to save a fair amount of time, at least 2 hours for music, so accounting for that, I have 3 hours left for VFX and finishing up the main mechanics, which is not a lot of time. Because I still have to do a bunch of shader stuff. So after the shaders, I wanted to give the player a cloth scarf. I might do that afterwards as well. We'll have to see. How long does Ludum Dare last? 48 hours. Was the version I'm participating in. What does Self.E stand for? It's the global element accessor for my like element manager. Which Ludum Dare category am I competing in? The compo. Why am I still awake? I went to sleep earlier. I'm not still awake. Alright. Do I use ChatGPT sometimes? I've used it a few times. One of the things I found it useful for is, well, I have a group project in one of the classes, and something I found it can do is I can just tell it, well, because we have some parts, well, we're working on an app, and some parts are written in Java, some parts are written in Kotlin, and I can just tell ChatGPT, hey, translate this thing between Java and Kotlin, so because they have like different keywords and stuff, and I don't, especially like in Android Studio, they have like the way they interact with Android Studio's, I guess API or whatever, varies. So I can just ask ChatGPT because that's such well documented stuff on the internet that it's able to figure that out. So that's something I use it for. I've used it for a couple other things here and there, but for actual like working on stuff like this, when I'm working in my area of expertise, I have no reason to use it. Alright. You didn't know you could put not when declaring a variable? Well, in that case, it's not even declaration, but I mean, it's just an assignment. There's no declaration in Python. Why is the main character Gader? I don't know what that's referring to. I'm gonna Google that. Hopefully I don't regret it. I just Googled it and that doesn't give me anything. I have no idea what you're talking about. Make it so you can press tab and maybe switch between maps. Well, no, you can see all of them at once. There's not that really good of a reason to do that. Also, I don't want to complicate the UI and stuff because, well, one, I don't have very much time. Wait, what happened to the... Didn't I put an island right here? I definitely put an island right here. Where did it go? That's, Oh, maybe there's another one. Data maps. No, the fourth's the last one. Where did it go? Oh, it's there. I just have to copy this over. I'm just gonna call this one map because this one should be final. TM. So just mapped up map. So I can go over to it. And there we go. Now we have this island, which is very important because otherwise you can't get out. Alright, so now I need to add the entities for these like hats and stuff. But yeah, I'm just gonna reach out real quick though, because I didn't finish before. Well, first of all, let's see if this actually lines up. So we have the middle one is where we're at, or stand right here. That looks like it. It's close enough. It's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. Alright. How can I overcome procrastination in the context of making projects? Well, the easiest way is game jam, so do that. That's the first step. Afterwards, you can build up your tolerance for keeping projects going. The problem is that, especially if you're new, and I mean, this was happening to me for a long time, like even just a couple years ago. If you're new, you improve fast enough that you're gonna want to throw out if you're working on a large project, you're going to want to throw it out before you finish it, because you can make something better. The game won't be done till the end of the game jam, so tonight. Alright. So, we need to be able to dig. So for digging, well, that's its own animation. Let's add let's add a spawn hook here. And say, I'm gonna add some new stuff here. So this stuff's not on the entity map. I just noticed that. I don't think it's on. It really should have been put into the entity map. That would have been a lot easier. Let's do. Wait, item map equals 0, 0, and then it'll be, the items will be just named after the characters, I guess. Item 0, 1 Patrick. Item 0, 2 will be Luna. Item, and then we have to copy this and do it with items. That can go into entities, that's fine. Just copy this, say item dot item, and now I actually have to make an item thing. New file, item.py. Alright. Class item. I'm gonna take entity from dot import pigpen def init args super dot init. Alright, def update self R super F render Z self pass, and that's just so it doesn't render anything. For the update, this is where we do some interactions with the player. So let's say if you're that close, let's actually make it even closer. So 16, print boot, self.type. So, no, why is he here? Why are there 2 hat tricks? What did I do wrong? Oh, that needs to be item map, not entity map. Alright. I don't want 2 hat tricks. No, this is not the fishing game. This is completely different. Yep, there we go. So it tells me that the item's there. So it'll be self.inventory equals that. If not self. If not self.e HUD.inventory, or not length, and then we need another condition, which is and the what would it be? So it needs to be that if you haven't found the item yet, and oh, you have the map, so self.e HUD.maps. And you can say self.type in there. Then do this thing, except instead of Z, it's down. Down button. Down button 2. And that will be self.e game.player.center 0 minus 6 self.e game.player position 1 minus 20. Alright. Let's see if this is correct. Theoretically, I meet these conditions as is, so I can go. I can go over to it right now, and theoretically, it'll show me. Alright, I forgot about the offset. Minus self.e game.camera 0, and then minus self.e game.camera 1. Alright. Look at that. So only problem is, definitely needs to be further to the right, maybe 2 more pixels. 1 or 2. I'm gonna go with 2. So I can't actually press down yet, so that needs to be added. So over here in item, minus 4. I think that should be correct. And then if this is good, I can go ahead and start on the other stuff. I'm really running out of time here. So I'm fine with that placement. That's good enough. Alright. So, if I press down, it should start digging. But I can't actually do that yet because I don't have the digging animation. So I have to make that really quick. Actually, it should just be one frame. It shouldn't be like a full animation. And then the way it'll be quote-unquote animated is by throwing up some particles. So let's go to Entities, Player, and we'll make a new one, call it Dig. So I'll derive it from the idle animation. Right, so I did not make enough horizontal space for this. That's going to be a problem. So I go right here. Or wait, is it like I have the image on the clipboard, not the actual file. Alright. So the way, well, first of all, I need to fix these eyes because the player has eyes in the wrong spot. It's actually over here. But let's get this thing. So it should probably be like that, and then the tail should be up in the air. So put the tail right there. That would barely... if I had one more pixel, that would be much easier to fit, but unfortunately I don't. Let's try to add the scarf in. I think it should be like just like that kind of. And then we also have it doesn't quite look right, but I don't feel like adjusting things to make it large enough. So entities, player, dig, and that'll be image 0. All right. So for the digging, we need the button to work. So Pygame, or import Pygame, and need Pygame.k down, and that will be the key we use. We need the down key. Down, that is key 5. Alright. So with that key binding there, we can now transition to the digging animation. So self.digging equals 0. Self.digging equals max 0 self.digging minus self.e window.dt. And then you can dig if you're on the ground. If self.e input.pressed down, if self.air time is less than 0.1, self.e self.digging equals 1. And then if self.e digging, self.set action dig, digging, dig. Else, then it can do all this stuff. Actually, just be LF. I think that should work. Presumably, I should be able to run over there and just press the button. Look at that. I can go under the ground. So it should be that when you're towards the end of the digging, we can say, actually gonna make the digging last half a second longer. So for that, I just add 0.5 right here. And then I can go over to the item thing and then say, if self.e game.player.digging is less than, oh, here's something fun you can do. Print found self.type. All right. So here it goes. So it tells me that I found it. And then if I go over here, I should be able to just add it to the inventory. So self.e hud.inventory.append self.type. Also, if self.e hud inventory, it needs to be self.type not in that, then you can dig it up. And now I need to actually render the inventory. The inventory should be shown from the top left. Ooh. Actually, I think it should be shown horizontally across the top, because if I go down from the left here, I'm going to run out of space. So, I believe I have... Do I have the items as images? I do not. Okay. So... items... sprite sheets... I'm going to copy these out. File, save as, images, items, Changu. And then this will be Patrick. And then we get Luna. And then now in the HUD, actually I do need to load these things first. So we say items, and then I can go over to the HUD and load that in, or render that. So that will just be for item in enumerate self.inventory self.e renderer.bullet. You need to render the images, the items of the item type at, we'll do 5 plus, and they're how big are these things? Are they 16 by 16? 21. What dimensions are these things? 19 by 19. How'd that happen? Well, we'll do plus 24 by I. That should get the job done. We'll throw in a z equals 100. Later on, all this UI stuff's gonna have to be split onto a different surface. So look at that, I got the hat. So I should be able to go over to, this was where the other one was, I think, right? Yep. But like if I dig where there's nothing, I get nothing. So the last item is up here. There we go. So I got all 3 items. So I need to be able to return the items to the owners. That's important. Oh, here's a funny thing I can do. Return true. That will delete the item from the map. Alright, so now I can add the dialogue for returning the items. I would like a pop-up that shows you got the item, but I'm gonna get the dialogue done first. So if self.type in self.e HUD.inventory. So you can't get the map without talking to them first. LF that return you found my trusty pickaxe. Self.quest complete equals true. Self.e HUD.inventory that remove self.type, and then else if you talk to him after you complete the quest. Okay, so now I just need to add the same thing for other characters. So we can do it for Luna now. So that will go right here, and then we'll say return Alright, there's that one. And then I need her, no, that one. So we just have one more left, and that is Hatrick, the best character in the game. Either that or George. That'll be up to people to decide. Else return what should he say? Should I make a joke about tea? I feel like making a joke about tea. That would be funny. Alright, so you just drank some tea. Wait, what? How do I type that? Okay, so now you should be able to return the items. I'm just gonna do one of them. I don't have time to test all of them right now. I'll do that right before we release the game, because there's a clause in the rules for the Ludum Dare that lets you do bug fixes after you've released the game and after the time's up. So it's in the meta to just leave the bugs to fix them later if it's yeah. I'm just gonna test the one. They should all be fine theoretically, but we'll find out. So hello, I have your hat. Oh yeah, I forgot because you can't get the map to begin with without talking to her anyways. I just I gave myself the maps to start to make things easier. Alright, so we have just a couple things left to do. So the item stuff, well, the item collection, the quests are done. So I'm gonna fix my eye levels because it looks like my eyes are like closed. So there we go. Now my eyes should be more open. I gotta do the item pop-up, like the notification thing, and then I can get started on the VFX. So that's gonna be like shaders and stuff. So I want to do the scarf, the shaders. So it's gonna have like a border thing to make it look a bit dreamy, and maybe I'll do a little bit of stretching. And then I'm not sure what else I'll do. Well, I definitely want to do a lot of particles, so I need lots of particles for like the trees. The trees should spawn particles. And then aside from that, oh, I remember something I wanted to add some, like, I'm gonna do my classic fireflies thing. That it's a great aesthetic to add fireflies. But this time they're gonna be blue instead of yellow. I want to see if I can get the super high graphics rating that I got from Gleamshroom, except in a Ludum Dare. Because if I got a Gleamshroom graphics rating in the Ludum Dare, I might have gotten a top 3. Because like just of how well it did in graphics. It was unfortunate that that was not made for Ludum Dare. But I think that Gleamshroom got the highest graphics rating ever received in the Alka Jam. I also might have some like 2nd and 3rd places on that as well, but yeah, I think Gleamshroom could have gotten a medal in the Ludum Dare, which is it's just the colors were too good. Can I stream the fishing game? Maybe sometime in the future, not right now. I don't have any tips for coming up with ideas for projects other than like game jams. Game jams are a good source because a lot of my larger projects are derived from things that I've messed around with in game jams. And game jams force you to follow a theme, so you already kind of get ideas from that. I don't really have many thoughts on Lua and Love 2D. From what I've seen, it's pretty good for like the types of games that I make. I almost switched to it. The only reason I didn't is because I don't like Lua. But it has a lot of kind of game-related functionality that Pygame doesn't. I think it's closer to arcade, but better. Yes, I've used Raylib, just briefly. I haven't used it enough to have too much of an opinion on it. You can't submit late for the Ludum Dare. Well, you can do the I think you can switch to Jam, which is 3 days or something, maybe. I don't remember if the Jam is 2 or 3 days. It's either the Alka Jam, it's 2 days for the Jam, and then the Ludum Dare it's 3, or it's the other way around. But for combo for both of them, it's 2. But the thing is, as soon as you step into the Jam, you're competing against people that have teams. And for me, when my strongest thing is that I can code and then also do a decent job on the art, that just kind of sets me apart from like most of the combo projects, because you can't make a game at all if you can't code, or for the most part you can't. So the overwhelming majority of the games are people that know how to code, but then they don't know too much about art, so it's a lot easier to get higher rankings in graphics. You can stand out more that way. So I like to do compo. Alright. How long does Jam have left? We've got 4.5 hours. That's concerning. How does my Jam follow the theme? The theme is delivery, so you're collecting items for people and giving them back. My website, I just rented a VPS for and I set everything up myself. Okay, yes, so someone says the Jam has a day and 4 hours left. That makes sense. Alright. So I need to do the notification. I think it'll just be like a... So self.item notification position equals 0. Self.show item notification equals false. So what I'm going to do here is going to take this, and when you get the item, self.e HUD.show equals item notification equals true, and then you also need to switch the item timer equals 4, no 2, 3, 4. I think 4. So self.item timer equals 0. So here's what I'm gonna do. If item position equals 0, wait, 200, let's do 150. If self.item no to wait, if item timer. So that actually don't need this part, that's not necessary. So I can cut that out. So just change the item timer. Self to item timer, else 0. Self dot item notification position, and then you do the difference of this with the target position, and then you divide it by, actually you multiply it by the min of 1 in self.e window.dt by 6. Now we also have to do self.item timer equals max 0 self.item timer minus self.e window.dt. So that should do most of it. That's all of the positional management, so we just have to show it out. So the way this is going to work is, should be like, I guess I'll show it the image in the middle and then say it's acquired. So if len self.inventory, you should do item map equals, we'll say Chungu's is a pickaxe, Luna's is a hat, and then we'll say that hat trick is a pocket watch. Is pocket watch 1 word or 2? I think it's 2. Whatever, I just need to keep it consistent. So hat trick's right here. Yeah, I did it as 2. Alright. So self.e renderer.blit self.e assets.images items, and then that will be self.inventory -1 at self.e game.display.get width. So 2 minus, and it'll be since 19 is minus 10, and then this will be at 230. Not 230. Yeah, 230 minus self.item notification position, and then we do the same thing, except this time we actually do text. So let me grab this right here. Oh, this also needs to be z equals 100. So for this part, we can say item map self.inventory -1 plus acquired. Now with that acquired, you can say it goes here. Ooh, the position is going to be weird. Minus be self.e text, and then small font.width. Small font.width. And then I have to grab this text again. Take the width and you divide it by 2. And then this will come below, so we'll say 53 should do the trick. And then we need to take this, add 1 here, add 1 here, and then this will be 0, 0, 0, and or not 0, 0, 0, but close. Alright, so theoretically, that should work. Theoretically. So I should be able to grab the hat, and it'll make a pop-up telling me that I found the hat. Hat acquired. So now, if I go find another item, like the pickaxe acquired. So that solves that problem. So all that's left is the VFX. So there's a fair amount of VFX that need to be done though. We have the dirt, the jumping, the I guess landing, the midair dash. That's 4. That's leaves, scarf, fireflies, shaders. So that's already 8 things, and theoretically I have less than 2 hours. A bit concerning. The compo, which is no. What's Pigpen? It's my custom. Yeah, it's my custom framework thing. When do I think I'll release my next Steam game / paid game? I don't know. I'm hoping to have one this year though. No, my level editor is not open source yet. It will be next year. I'm not adding a boss to this game. It's an item collection game, and with exploration and stuff. It's kind of a puzzle game, but like very lax, like one where you're pretty much guaranteed to figure it out. You just have to put in the time. But yeah, I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'll come back and do all the polish, where you'll finally see me get into some shaders. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. You're gonna have to wait a moment for the avatar to catch up. But I can get started. I'll just put it back on screen when it's fixed. It's not a hard bug to fix that the way for getting the avatar count up because there's a weird buffer thing. It's just I'm too lazy to go do it. So I just haven't gotten around to it. It's almost there. Alright. So, which VFX thing do I want to tackle first? That is the question. I think the most important one is the digging particles, which means I need particles. So particles are going to be used for a couple things. They're going to be used for the leaves and I guess the digging stuff. Okay, the avatar's still not caught up yet. But yeah, they're going to be used for the leaves and the digging stuff. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's going to use them. Maybe I can make them pop up off the ground when you're running across it. I can do that with the leaves. I can do that with leaves as well. So, and then aside from that, there's going to be animations that appear in the world. Those will be, so like when you're turning and jumping and landing. That's gonna have some animations. I think that's the easiest to tackle first, and then I'll do the fireflies, and then I'll do the shaders, and then I'll do the scarf. I think that sounds right. All right. The avatar is caught up, so let's get to work here. Hello. All right. Actually, I'm gonna check something real quick. Alright. I would prefer to have more than 2 hours before the deadline. But is there a clock on the Ludum Dare website? Normally they have one, I don't see one right now. Oh, there it is. It says 4 hours, 10 minutes. I mentioned before, but I'm participating in the compo category. Because why would I participate in Jam when I'm already doing it, like, I'm doing all the work to work by myself, and yeah, I don't want to be working on Monday either. Actually, I have final exams on Monday, so I'm on a tight schedule. I finish this, and I have to start studying for final exams. So my weekend's non-stop. It was also like I was going non-stop going up to the weekend. It was funny. I was like a couple hours before I finished my work for the week on other stuff. I noticed, hey, wait, there's a Ludum Dare this weekend. I think I have time to do it. So I went in, like, joined, and now here I am. My last week has been, or not my last week, my last few days have been chaos, and then I guess 2 more days of chaos after this. Alright, so let's get to work. Particles. I believe I have, and I'm pretty sure this is one of those things you can copy. I'm gonna go over to data images. We have where are the particles? Oh, there's no particles in this game yet. I forgot about that. Wait, no, there should be. Misc, portraits, Ross, over. Oh, right, I forgot. They show up under here. So the way this works is, well, these are colored automatically. There's uncolored ones somewhere. Particle. So yeah, this is how this works. I have to take this animation, and then that gets used for particles. Alright, so I'm gonna dump this into entities right here. So particle is now its own thing. This stuff is whatever. So there is, if I go to here, so there's a particles thing. So I can describe their behavior as well, but I don't think I have to use this. I will have to for the grass, like for the leaves and stuff. But I can use the default behaviors, I think, for... Oh, wait, no, maybe not, because it has some configurations right there. So I might have to define some particle stuff. That's awkward. Is this in... So in the VFX.init, do I? Yes, I do. I can use these two things to define particles, and the particles are just entities, I think. Yeah, I throw them in as entities. Where's the render Z on the entities? Oh, there it is. Alright. So, the way this is gonna work, I think I just create a particles file, and then from dot import pygpen as pp, we do like, I think it goes like that, and then I can say what type it is. So for this I'll say dirt. I don't think, wait, it has been at, it's a decorator. Def dirt particle init. I don't think there's any arguments. Oh, there are. It takes self, so I can define things. So in this case, I can say this stuff. I don't care about velocity normalization, so I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm gonna just do acceleration. So for that, I can look at like the player's acceleration, which is like 450, and I can go off of that and say 350, and cap it at 350. All right. So now I can copy the same thing, and then instead of doing an init, we need a behavior. All right, so for the behavior, I don't have to do anything. I can just take the arguments and pass, because it has a default behavior pretty much, where it just follows some generic rules based on its acceleration and stuff. I can add extra stuff in here if I want, but I don't see a need for that. So the other one is going to be the grass. I will get to that later, but I'm just going to copy that in there for now. Grass. Alright. So the way this is going to work is I have to use these. Actually, no, I don't have to. This just has to be loaded. So literally just, I think I can just do import scripts.particles, and it'll run all of this code, and it'll generate all these behaviors, which I can then use when I create particles. So now I can go over to where they're created, which should be on the player. Oh boy. It's actually going to go on item, because this is where the interaction happens. Wait, no, it's on player. Never mind. So if digging, if self.digging, if self.eu window.dt is greater than random.random. So that would imply once per second, so I need it to be more common than that. Import random. So greater than, by, let's do 10 a second. Self.e entity groups dot, I can reference non-hook for this, so it's dot add, and then there'll be particles. So I can just put particle here for now. It doesn't have anything specific, so I can do particle equals vfx.particle, and this is where I define it. So here are all the arguments. So it starts with the position and then a particle type. So the type we already know, I defined it earlier. It's weight. Oh no, there's a behavior type and then the image type. So I think it's actually just particle. So we start with self. I think, yeah, self.center should do for now. I might have to shift it. Particle type, that'll be particle, I believe. But then there's another thing later where I say the behavior. But for now, let's do velocity equals angle equals math dot pi. I don't have math. Where's my math? Import math. Math.pi. So we want the angle of 0 to negative math.pi by random.random. That will be the angle. Because in Pygame, since positive y is down, with sine and cosine, everything rotates clockwise if you increase the angle. It's an awkward phenomenon, but that's how it works. So I have to do a negative angle to go for the upward angles. And actually I'm going to restrict this, so I'm going to go by 0.5 plus let's add plus 0.25, and then this will be math.cosine of the angle by force math.sine of the angle by, that should also be by force. Force equals random.random by 100 plus 100. And then that might be a little bit too much force. Doesn't need to be that much. Alright. That's the velocity. Decay rate, behavior. So for the behavior, wait a second. Why did it say idle? I think this should just be dirt. I thought that's how it worked. Is there like an idle thing? Oh yeah, there is. And then I can do colors equals, and then I believe it's like white. Yeah, it's white. So I can map the color of white to whatever color I want for the particle, which will be, I can pull it up here and pick one. So it should come from the dirt. So probably this color. So I can say 135, 53, 85. Right. That should do it. Time to see if that's correct. Well, it's working. I do need an advance on the... Advance is... yeah, the time advance on the particle. Well, first of all, how long is the decay? Alright. So... should I turn on the physics for the particles? This would be funny if I did. All I have to do is physics source equals, this is one of the nice things about my framework here. Let's turn on the physics and see what happens. So physics source equals self.e game.tile map. That'll turn on the physics. And then we also want to advance the time. Random.random by 0.3 plus 0.2. Something like that, I don't know. Okay, I don't want them to decay that fast. Where? Decay rate. Equals 0.25, which means I have to drastically increase this part. Okay, so I think the spawn position for the particles is not ideal. We need to take the center on the X, but then we also need to add to it on the Y. Plus like 4 or something. So the advance over here is a bit high, actually. I'm gonna turn it on to 0.3 on both. Look at that. I can dig. I do need to fix, the players got some messed up, images. So let's go and fix that real quick. So the eyes are not correct. It should be like this. I fixed it after I created the animation, unfortunately. So I didn't, like, get copy zoo. I think that's how that happened. I don't know. I wasn't paying too much attention. I think that's the correct spot. Yep. Great. Alright. I have to go over here and change the other, like, single frame animations as well. So dig, I did fix. Idle is not fixed. And then nope. There you go. And we just have jump, I believe. Alright, the player's animation should be fixed now. So the animations are fixed, and I can dig for items. Look at that, I got a hat. Oh no, you should not be able to move while you're digging. I gotta fix that. And not self.digging. I don't mind if players like open up maps while they're digging, but they should not be able to like jump around and stuff. So can I just like dig for forever? Oh no, I don't think so. But I now have those particles. I kind of want to make the grass shorter. That was also something I wanted to take a look at. So that will be over in images, grass. So these things are a bit too tall for me. Alright, one more I think. There you go, that should do that. And then this one, one can say. This one's pretty tall. Just cut it down by 2. And then save. And then we just have these 2 flowers. The flowers are also kind of tall. I think, one more. Alright, last one. This one's not too bad. This was mostly fun. But still gonna adjust it anyways. Alright, so that should shorten the grass a bit. Check that out. Now the grass is a more reasonable height. I want to make it more dense though. So I believe in spawn hooks I can say 4 to 6. And that'll put more blades of grass down. No, he fell. But you can see there's more grass now, which is nice. So the next thing is the random animations related to movement. So we have the particles for digging, but I need the jumping effect. So I'm going to need an animation for when I jump, like this. I need stuff for when I turn, and then I need one for when I land. Theoretically, if you're being sloppy, you can use the same one for jump and land. Okay, so the way this is gonna work is you take the player's image, like it's idle or whatever, and then you work around that. You usually want to add a couple pixels of width. So in my case, let's add 4 on each side, so that's going to be up to 20. And then I can paste this in, and it'll paste it in for the middle for me. Just get rid of, oh no, there you go. Alright, so from here I can go grab my dirt color. So I think I'll use the gray, or I think I should use the gray. I don't want the world to be too brown. Oh, that's literally that color. That's convenient. Alright, so I'm gonna mark out these spots right here, and then I just cut out the player. Alright, so we have these 2 spots down here on the bottom. So I'm gonna check their spacing real quick. So that's 2, yeah. Wait, they're not evenly spaced. So the one on the left is too close to the edge. There we go. I think I'll move them 1 inward on each side. So the way this is gonna work, let me see. Jumping particle animation. Is there a good example? No, I don't see one. That's unfortunate. Alright, back to whatever I was doing. So 2, 2. So I can start with something like this. Actually, I think it's better to not give it too much height at first. So as you move on, you want to add more to the middle. And then this spreads out. And then this gets bigger. And we get alright, maybe 2 more frames. So you get like a couple particles everywhere. And you cut these all out now, and then we just get like 1 streak. Or maybe that. So how's this look? That looks good for a jump, I think. So let's go ahead and save this. We can go up into a spray and save this as jump animation. export, and I'll drop it into entities. We gotta make a new thing. There's a couple ways we can do this. We can make an animation entity, and then its action is I think I'll just do jump anim. And then PNG files image 0.png. Well, it has to be an idle. Export. Okay. So we have that now. I do need to do the offsets since it's with respect to the player. That'll generate the configs. I'll go in here, config. I will do it based on the center, which means I need -10. The height can be the same because it's the height of the player. Where? Actually, I'm gonna be lazy about it. I'm gonna do -4 and 0. Alright, so I think I might just cut my scalp. We need a new entity called animation. I don't think that's already a thing. Class animation needs to be an entity. I did not mean to start the terminal. Alright. So the way this is gonna work, def update self. Super if self dot boy, gotta dig out this code here. Where's the part where so it's the dot animation dot cancel. So I want that, and then I don't want where's this gonna be? Animation right here. Dot finished. Return true. And I think that should be all I need technically. I do need to make sure this thing does not loop. There's a setting in here. I need to turn that off so that it can actually finish. But other than that, I think I just create a animation from here. So if I go over to the player and I say from dot animation import animation, I can drop it under entities, that's fine. It'll be under jump. When I jump, self.e entity groups dot add, we take animation and it'll be of type jump anim at the location of self.position, and it'll be in the group entities. That should do it. Look at that, it's there. Only thing is, it's in the wrong spot. The -4 did not seem to be, oh, because there's another thing on the player adjusting its width. So I can just like fix this by doing like -7, I think. Okay, that's close enough. So I'm gonna also do a -2. And then I'm gonna increase the speed to 2.0. I don't want that animation lasting too long. Look at that. Look at the jump. Look at that. We have our jumping animation. So now I need the landing animation. So the landing animation is pretty similar. I can pretty much just delete all of that and then start from here. So this one's like just a big cloud. And I can just like make it settle pretty much. And I'll just start shaving off the ends. And that will be the last frame. So I can save this as the land anim and export it there as well. Entities. So your new one, land anim, new folder, idle, and then we can call this one image 0.png. Now I just gotta run the game once, and then over here in land. So this one probably won't need to be animated as fast. The positioning should be the same. So what was that, -7, -3? I think that should cover it. So I just gotta go over to the player now. I can copy this and then instead drop it down here. If self.error time is greater than 1, no, 0.5. Then we do that. And instead of jump, it's land. So theoretically, that should give us our second animation. Yep. Oh, it's not ending. It doesn't end. I forgot the loop thing. I probably should have done these animations in white, maybe. I don't know. I'm liking that. Alright, so we have those animations. Only one left for the player's movement is the turning one. This is the quickest one to do. So I can pull a paste right here. I can grab like this one. Just delete all the frames. This one is interesting because it's gonna be just from the side here. So I do a new frame, and then this just kind of pops out like this. And we end up with that, and maybe like 1 pixel up here. And then we can save this as turn anim. Export, and then we'll call this one, or dump it in entities, and then we can call this turn anim idle PNG files image 0. That's exported. Run the game, close the game. It should have its config now. And for this one's gonna be slower. -7, -3 again. And then I will add the code right here to spawn it. So this one's gonna be tricky, because I have to set the flip. So it's gonna work. There's a last motion thing somewhere. Entity if last movement. So we can say if self.next movement by self.last movement 0. So if you multiply the two numbers and you get a negative, that means one of them is negative and one of them is positive, which means you turned. So if that's negative, then we can say, oh, we need to know the direction, but that's easy. Anim equals that, and then you only flip it if you're turning to the left, which means your current thing is negative. So if self.next movement 0 is less than 0, anim.flip 0 equals true, and I think that should do it. I think I saw it. I saw it before. Why does it only pop up then? That's so weird. And not only that, I've put in the wrong animation. So this should be turn. So let's just print it out. Self.next movement, self.last movement. I have a suspicion that the I did not turn off the looping. False. It's not reliable. That's so weird. Oh, I see why. It's because of I need to go from the flip, not from the movement, because you can move 0 on the x-axis. That's why. So for that, where am I doing flip? Well, actually, here's what I'll do. If v equals self.flip 0 or 1 if else -1, and then actually it should be -1 if flip, because that's backwards. We do that, and then I think that should fix it. There we go. Now it's consistent. Look at that. Look at all those animations, fancy. Alright, so those animations are done. Next up is the leaves and the fireflies. I'm gonna read chat real quick though. Yeah, 4 versus 28 is a big difference. We're down to 3.5 now. Do I have template scripts for stuff such as movement or collisions that I use every time I make a new game? I used to. Now I have a proper framework instead, which if you watch the streams, I've been using the whole time. Did I make the game engine myself, or am I using one? I wrote it myself. And then yeah, with software Pygame with my own framework. Alright. Do I only use Python? For games, pretty much. I did one game with Godot, but like professionally for jobs, I usually don't use Python actually. Alright. And also it's one video, not a few videos I did Godot. Alright. So all of this is done. Next up is the leaves. So leaves are an interesting particle. I'm not sure if that's something I'm allowed to copy or not for a game jam. Did I reuse art? No. The only thing I reused was... Where is it? And she's... Particle. I reused this particle. It's just a bunch of circles, so that's allowed. But there's a rule that you can't do that. So yeah, I'm not sure if I can reuse leaves because it's a bit more shape. I also did reuse the grass, but I did modify it. I changed all the colors, and I also just changed the shapes as well. There's a bit of a blurry line for some things, but for things like the tiles and stuff, I definitely cannot reuse that. But like for example, game engines will have like default particles and stuff, and like all sorts of default things that you're allowed to use for anything. Oh, speaking of which, I could technically just put my particles into the engine, and then I'm allowed to use those. That's a thing. But I don't think they are, so I think I have to draw the grass from scratch. So it's like grass and leaves or something. The way this is gonna work, I'm gonna pull up a sprite again. This one does not need to be very big. It just needs to be like, I don't know, an 8x8. So it's a very small thing. I gotta grab, this better be pure white. If it's not, I'm gonna have some problems. Right, actually I can just draw black onto the background. And then, there we go, that works better. So now, I can draw like a big leaf. So the biggest leaf is like this, probably. That's probably about as big as a leaf gets. What I can do is shrink it down. Actually, probably shouldn't shrink it down yet, too much yet. And then I can just like do this. So the idea is it's like floating through the air and tilting back and forth. And then I can do like a and then now it's getting really small. And then we could cut down to 1 pixel and alright, this will be the particle. It's a very large particle. I'll call it leaf. And then we'll call it idle. And we'll say M0. Oh no. Needs to be that PNG. And then I can also grab leaf idle. So I don't need this here. That can go up into images, and then that can go into a sprite, and then that'll be the leaf, and I can close that. So now with the leaf, I just have to spawn it from the trees, which I actually have a tool for. So there's a custom renderer. I might hack the engine itself for this. Yep. Here it is. So I can modify this and say anytime I'm rendering the foliage. Well, first of all, let's print it and see it's working. I can just run that and I should get a bunch of A's, yep. So now I have to make it spawn the leaves. So for that, just has self.e, actually needs to be tile.e. Tile.e. Actually, no, I should just do if random.random is less than self.e window.dt. Alright, and that needs to be, that's fine, I think the way it is. If there's a way to get I think this is it. Foliage assets group. Tile ID. I just do foliage. So that'll be this thing, and I can do dot find leaf point. It'll find one of the leaves for me. Does the color chain what defines a layer? So a layer comes from extract color. Oh, it's just a simple image. So find leaf point. So leaf point equals that. So let's just spawn a leaf. I'm not gonna worry too much about anything else. So particle. So we have It's just actually not how that works. It's gonna be dot dot, because I'm working in and modifying the frameworks code just for the heck. Which is a bit dangerous. Actually, let's do this the proper way. The proper way is to grab that. Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna leave this. From dot dot, no, from dot particles import particle. If equals particle, and then I can do leaf point, leaf, velocity equals equals negative 30, 0, or 20, or 15 maybe. Decay rate, that's gonna be 0.05. It's gonna be really slow. Advance equals random.random by 0.3. I'll do colors later. Behavior equals leaf, I think. What did I call it? It's over here. It's grass. And then doesn't need physics. Z, I don't care about the Z. The Z should be fine. Actually, no, Z will be. Let's put it in the front, but not too far in the front. So we'll do like 10. I think that should cover it. So now we can just do self.e, no, tile.e, entity groups dot add leaf particles. What? It can't find the type animation, type copy, what? It's right here. Hello? What could have gone wrong? Oh, does it need to be the same? Oh, I think this needs to be called leaf. Why are they coming from the wall? Are they coming from anywhere else? Also, why do they have so much gravity? I don't want any of this stuff. I could just do pass on all. Why are they all spawning right there? Oh, it needs to be leaf point 0 plus tile dot there's a thing for this. What is it? So tiles have the grid pose. I need the raw position. Raw position 0. Leaf position 0.1. Raw position 1. There we go. That should theoretically put it in the right spot. And they should spawn from over here. Look at that. They're coming off the tree. So the next thing is to make them sway in the air. I believe, did I have an offset thing? I had to have put in an offset thing, right? Oh boy. Nope, apparently not. here's a little trick I'm gonna use. Over in here. Oh, these should. Right here, I'm gonna say self.position 0 plus equals math.sign. Import math. And then math.sign of self.e window.time time. So it'll take 6 seconds to do a full cycle, so by 2, I guess. And then add that by dt by 100 for 60. That'll be a funny. So it should go back and forth in the air now. I might increase the decay. Oh, I need to offset the sign thing. This needs to be offset by some constant. I'll have to do self.time equals self.e window.time plus self.time. Easy. So now they should be on different cycles. Look at that. Look at all them leaves. So now I just need to color the leaves, which shouldn't be hard to do. I can just have 2 sets of colors I choose from, depending on which tree it's coming from. I do want to actually make them disappear a little bit faster. So for that, we go to here and say decay rate equals 1. And then I'm gonna increase it so we work with smaller leaves more often. Look at that. Look at them leaves. I think they move a bit fast, so I'm actually gonna slow them down. So 20, and then actually I'll do 15. And then over here in just particles, I'm gonna cut this down to 30. So I just like halved its movement speed on the horizontal front. But look at that. Wow, leaves. Okay, time to make them colored. So all I have to do for this is get 2 sets of colors. So leaf colors equals, so I do 2, and then I'm gonna have to pull up the actual colors and get the list of what things are acceptable leaf colors. So actually no, I have the list. I forgot. It's in right here. I can wait a second. It's here. So here's the green stuff. These are the valid green colors. And then the valid red colors, or the valid pink colors, I guess, are these ones. So now I just randomly select from there. Colors. Wait. Colors equals colors, and I'll work on it over here. So colors equals goes from white to random.choice that 0, but that's supposed to be 0, no, 1 if tile.tile ID. Which one's the pink one? Is that the bottom one? Yeah, it's the bottom one. If the tuple of the tile ID is 02, else 0. Now that should color the leaves. There we go. So those are some pink leaves. And then these ones are dropping green leaves. Perfect. Did I just see leaves pop out of... Ooh, that's a problem. They can pop out of the wall. That's a minor issue. I think I'm just gonna ignore it and hope people don't pay too much attention to that. There is a solution technically where I just like sample the screen and go, hey, is this color visible here? But it's not worth it. Oh, I know, the trick is you use the colliders with the terrain. I just do watch this. Tile.e, I think there's no tile. Where's my tile map stuff? This is a funny thing I can do. So the tile has a reference to the map, and then from the map I can say dot, where is it? Rectally, no. Physics on grid tile. Physics grid tile, this is it. So I give it just a position, and I just say position equals that. If not that, then I can spawn the leaf. That is how that works. So, theoretically, if I go over to that one bush that was in the wall, it should not spawn leaves in the wall anymore. Because it does a physical tile lookup wherever the location I was trying to spawn the leaf was to see if it's a safe spot to spawn a leaf. So, it's right here. I just sit here for a moment and see if it does it. And the cool thing is because of where it gets tested, the proportional amount of leaves that come from something depend on how much of it is covered. But yeah, I've not seen a leaf come out of the wall yet, so that's probably good. So, with that done, the leaves are done. Next up is the firefly stuff. Actually, well, I wanted to have it so that it comes out of the ground, but I don't want to deal with the whole different types of ground thing. I already have enough stuff coming from the player. I'm not too concerned about making particles come out of the ground. So the next thing is going to be making it so that the so there's fireflies. So fireflies are an interesting thing to do. I'm gonna just dump it in here. I don't care to do it properly at this point. So self.fireflies equals that for I in range 50, or let's say 40 maybe. Self.fireflies.append and fireflies will just have a position. I've done this so many times. They have an angle, a position. Well, let's do the position first. Random.random by self.display.get width. Random.random by get height. That can be its own thing in there. So it's got a position, needs an angle, so that'll be random.random by math.pi by 2. That's its angle. And then it needs a speed, so random.random by, say, 30 plus 30. And then, so it has an angle, speed, and it needs a rotational velocity. So this one's going to be random.random by 360 plus 100, or maybe 260. So the random, well, the rotational velocity changes whenever it decides to change direction. So for Firefly and self.fireflies, Firefly 0 equals utils game math.advance Firefly 0 with Firefly, is it 1? Is the angle next, or is it? Yeah, it's angle, speed, rotational speed. So the amount, well, the angle, it will, so it's the vector, the angle, and the amount. So the amount will be the speed. So that'll be Firefly 2. And then, but that's also by dt. And then we can change the rotation as well. So Firefly 1, Firefly, I just noticed this should be like, it should be 60 by random.choice -1 1. Firefly Firefly 2 by self.e window.dt. Wait, that's the last thing. Wait, that was supposed to be the speed right here. So that's 30 plus 30, and then that needs to be like that. Yep. So this is actually 3 where that happens, and then I can do if random.random is less than self.e window.dt by, how rare do I want this to be? By 0.1, so that would be 1 in 10 seconds, I think. So, oh, I just know something. Foliage. How did I do this? Oh, that's fine. Actually, the better way to do this is to multiply here by 0. Well, by 10. Well, let's do like 1 in 4 seconds. Then we can update the angle or the rotation. So we can say Firefly 3 equals this. And then the last step is to actually render them. So right now it's just a pixel. So self.display.set at Firefly 0 mod self.display.get width. Firefly 1 mod self.display.get height. So we set that to the color of, well, it's gonna be, let's do white for now, and then the glow will probably be blue. Let's see how it looks. Didn't work. Alright, that's 0, 0, not 0. Alright. I forgot this doesn't take floats. There's a lot of random things in Pygame where it's like, hey, this has to be an integer for some reason. Look at them. They're turning really fast, and the problem is I forgot this is not in degrees, this is in radians, so this is, just turn this to like 4. Oh, I need to do their Z. Ooh, that's awkward. I forgot about the whole layering thing. So self.firefly image equals pygame.surface, and then you just fill it. This is slightly awkward. And then dot becomes self.e render dot render f, and it will be no, it's just blit, and I can just give it the image, which is self.firefly image, and then I can take out that color thing, and I think that fixes that. Look at them all. So now I can actually say a proper Z for this. I can say Z equals 11. I want them in front of the leaves. Look at them all. So they should be a lot slower. So I'm gonna do 10 and 10. I'm also gonna randomize their speed whenever they change direction. Firefly 2 equals that. So now I don't need nearly that many fireflies, so I can just put in like 20. And if I move, the other thing, this has to be adjusted by the camera position. Self.camera 0. I can do parallax on that as well. Self.camera 1. And then let's put a parallax on that. So it's actually going to go faster because it's in front. By 1.5. No, 1.5, 1.2. Look at that. Look at the fireflies. Look at all them. There's so much random stuff on the screen. So now they should glow. Well, actually not yet. I'm gonna hold off on glowing until I do the shaders. Then I will make them glow. The reason is because I want to make sure I can do a good job with the shaders and making things look good. So we have 3 hours left, which doesn't leave a whole lot of time. I wanted 2 hours for the sound effects and the music, so that will leave me with 1 hour to do the shaders. Yikes. I originally intended to add like a thing where you can change the window size, but I'm thinking now I might not have time to do that. The reasoning is that you have to change this, you have to do some special stuff in the shader to deal with aspect ratios that are not default. I have that in hue flowing, but I just don't have the time on this one. So I guess they just have to deal with this window size, which, I mean, it's fine. Yep. So the main shader, I want to kind of have a kind of a fog around you almost, of like blue, and it'll kind of cut off your vision a little bit, and it'll be a little bit bubbly. And then maybe I want to stretch the screen and then apply a vignette. That's what I'm thinking. If I do the vignette, I'll do the glowing on the fireflies. If not, I'm gonna leave them. But that's what I'm thinking right now. Alright. The luminous fireflies are cool. Thank you. Where's the Steam key in my game? What? What do you mean? If Hue floating was all okay earlier and now you're getting a black screen, it sounds like it's an issue on your end. But the Steam key... Oh, you know what I just noticed? I don't think I ever refreshed those. But I think there should still be plenty of them. I can check. Were you the one who bought Drawn Down Abyss recently? I got a notification. Let me see. I think it's in distribute, external keys. There's 125 keys left. I'm not sure how you get the keys. There's a way through itch.io. I've never bought a game myself that has the Steam keys. But you can, if you can't find it, it should be somewhere related to your account. If you can't find it, just ask the itch.io administrators. They should know where to get the keys. How many tiles in the world? It was like 3,000. Okay. Alright. So, shader time. The first step is to actually switch this to OpenGL. For that, there's a setting here. Watch this. What is it? It's where is it? I'm looking. Where is it? I know it's in here. It's in here somewhere. OpenGL equals true. And then I can set up a fragment shader. So I'm gonna go into here and make a new folder and call it shaders and frag.frag. And we could just put in a basic shader here. I do have a basic one I can use as a reference. I think it's here. I'm gonna switch these real quick. Alright, so here's my fragment shader. Now I have to tell OpenGL where it is. So frag path equals data shaders frag. And that just takes whatever color is given. And on cycle, I say surface equals self dot display, and I can remove this line. And if I did it right, which I probably didn't, no, I didn't. Oh, right, it's frag.frag. It's the same thing, but now it's using shaders. So I can actually change the window from here. I can, like, watch this. Now it's going to be wide. And OpenGL is just stretching it for me. Alright. So I can do stuff in here. Like, I can, for example, remove all of the blue in the game. Look at this. This is a game without blue. Now it's all brown. But I need to do some other things here. So what should the first thing I do be? I can pretty much do whatever I want with the shader. I think I'm gonna try and do the border first, and then I'll try with the stretching and other stuff. So actually something I have to keep in mind is that I need two surfaces now. I need a UI surface and a non-UI surface. Self.UI_surf equals self.display.copy. So the UI surf, no, it just needs to be like this, and I need to use the SRC alpha flag if I like that. Pygame dot SRC alpha. And then the UI surf, I need to fill with transparency every frame. And then everything I render in the HUD needs to not use the default group. So I'm gonna say UI goes to self.UI surf, and I'll know if things are working because the UI will disappear. So if I go to HUD and then I look for anything where I'm rendering, I can say, oh, wait, what is it? Renderer. So I get the group. Yes, the group. Group equals UI. That's what I have to add to every single thing where I render a UI thing. So here's the UI stuff. So that's like the texts and portraits, and yeah, it's all the talking stuff. And then what is this? Those are the maps, and then we have the inventory. All right, the inventory pop-up, which also needs to be group UI. All right, so if I did that right, there's only a couple things left. So right here we have this, which is also a UI thing. Can't have that. And then we have under NPC, there's another one for the talking. Alright, so now, right, I have to add that to the render queue. That's the wrong thing. Rendering renderer dot set groups self.e renderer dot set groups to why is that stretched? Set groups to default UI. So now I can't see any of the UI stuff. I can talk, but I can't see it. So now I have to pass this in as UI surf, self.UI surf, and then over in my shader, I can say UI surf. If texture UI or vec for UI color equals texture UI surf UV. If UI color dot A is greater than 0, then F color equals UI color. So that's just a simple way of saying if there's something in the UI, draw it over the draw it over everything else. So now I can see everything again. Yay. Hello. Hello, George. So now I should be able to see all the UI stuff. The hat is acquired. No, I'm bad at parkour. Alright, so we just go over here. Return the hat. Alright, so all the UI is visible again, which means that now that they're separated, I can do some stuff right here. For that, I'm gonna grab a noise thing. Noise texture generator. So there's this cool thing. There's one random website I found a while ago. It's very useful for generating noise images. I can generate it to be should be bigger than my screen probably, maybe, or maybe not. That's, I guess 256 by 256 is fine. Cell size 32. That should be good. And then what does movie do? I'll not do that for now. So I will save that image and we'll drop it into here, data, images, misc, and we'll call this one noise. So self.noise text equals self.emgl.pg2 text self, no, not self, it's gotta pass it the surface, so self.e assets dot images misc noise. So we now have this noise texture, and I can go down here and say noise text equals that, and now I have it in my shader. Just gotta grab this and say noise text. So using this, I can do some kind of mapping here. So first we gotta get the distance from the center. Float center dis equals distance is a function. I'll say uv from vec to 0.5, 0.5. That's the distance from the center. So if I know the distance from the center, I can add a fall off thing. So if center dis plus texture noise text uv dot r is greater than, what would it be, 0.5. Oh, let's reduce this a bit. Center, f color equals vec4, and then we can define a new color. So I'll do black for now, and then I can now find the color I want, which is going to be in here. The thing is that fragment shaders use floats for the colors. So it's 0 to 1 for RGB, not 0 to 255. For the color, I'm gonna grab a blue. And I have to start crunching numbers here. So we get 109 divided by 255. We get 128 divided by 255. and 250 vector 55. So these are our colors, and I have to enter them in here, and we say 0.4275, 0.502, 0.9804, and that will be a color. Wait, that should be a function, unless I 2tx. Look at that. So that's nice. Trying to think of how I should do this, because first of all, we have some weird things going on here. I think I need to change. Where is it? Misc, noise. I might have to stretch this. So what is my aspect ratio right now? It's 320 by 210. 320 divided by 210, and then just by 256. So resize this to pixels 390. Alright, that should... That didn't do a whole lot. Actually, instead, I'm gonna drop this down back to 256. I think there's a better way to do this. We go to here and say vec2 uv.x uv.y, and then we actually multiply the x to reduce the stretching. So that will be by 1.52. Divided by 1.52. Or no, it's by, I think. There we go. So now it looks more reasonable. It's a little bit noisy for some reason. Another thing I need to do is like restrict it to actual pixels. So vec2 pix uv equals vec2 uv.x uv.y. There's an integer division, I would assume. I don't know how much that helps me though. I could like cast it and then I can multiply by the pixels and then floor it and then move the multiplication. So it's like 320 by 210, right? 320 by 210, and then you floor it, and then you multiply it by 320 again. Or no, you divide by 320. And you do this again, and I believe that will give me pixel coordinates for the noise, which is important. Did that not work? Hello? That should have worked. Well, let's try flooring it without the multiplication and see what happens. I'm pretty sure that should just make it all one color. It does. But one step I forgot though is that these UVs also need to be applied to here. There we go. That's pixels. So now I need to get this to look nicer. I can use a second shade of blue. Yeah, let's do the second shade of blue here and find out what that is. So the second one's going to be 97, 255, 71, 255, 216, 255. And that will give us all of those. So we can take that and then say it's greater than like 0.6 or something, and then we say if it's greater than if it's greater than 0.5, we can go and do a different color. So this one should be darker, so it's going to be 3.4, 0.2784, 0.8471, 1.0. Alright, let's see what happens. Look at that. So now I want to change the thresholds a bit, so let's go to 6 and 6.5. Alright. I would like this to have more impact. So that becomes probably like 8.5 and 8, or actually maybe 9.5. I don't know. It's gonna be, it needs to be a large number. Okay, maybe not that much impact. And then also I'm gonna double this. That way the texture is more dense. Alright, now we need to cut back on the weight here, so I'm gonna do like 0.6. So that probably looks like 7. Alright. Couple more things. Let me just close out some of the stuff over here. I think I want it to be a little bit lower of a threshold. Or no, higher. And less impact. That's what I want. Alright. So now we do the fun part. We need to pass the time. I should do this. Time self.e window dot. I believe I have a thing for this. It's not because the global time, like the system time, is too large. It'll be window. UI. Wait, is that a misc? Dot start time minus time, I guess. Dot start time minus self.e window dot start time. So you take that difference, and then you can multiply it by 100 and convert it to an int. That's what I'm gonna do. That way, wait, GLSL max int size. Okay, ints are 32 bits. Okay. So I'm gonna do uniform int time. So this is like hundreds of a second since the thing started. So I can do plus time by 0.01 or 0.1, and then I added both of them, and then we get a pattern. Oh, I forgot about some things here. I want to go the other way. Actually, no. Look at that. That looks nice. I like that. And then I could maybe put a vignette on the world. I have another idea. Else. Here, I'm just gonna like dump this value into a float. It really needs to be in one. Float noise val equals that, and I can just go boop, boop, and drop this right here. Otherwise, f color. So I want to blend in the darkness around it. So for that, actually I'm gonna use images, sketch. I hate that that's the thing Windows does. Hang on. If I shake a window, it closes everything. I definitely need to find out how to turn that off. All right. So I want to go I'm gonna go a little bit darker. Actually, I'll just use this color. So CMD pi, we'll do 31, 255, 16, 42. Wait, no, 16, 255, 42, 255. So those are the colors, and then I need to take vec3 dark equals vec3 0.381, 0.063, 0.165. I'll make it a vec4 actually, just to make things easier. And then 1.0. So otherwise, float darkness equals max of 0 and the noise val minus 0.8, 0.7 divided by 0.1. So no, it's just times 10. All right, so f color equals darkness by dark plus 1 minus darkness by F color. Aha. That is not the correct color. Where did I mess up here? Oh, it should be 1, 2, 3. Look at that. And then I want to add a vignette. But let's do the vignette. So for the vignette, all I gotta do is modify darkness by this. So darkness equals -1.0 darkness plus center dis float vignette equals max 0 center dis minus 0.5 or 0.45, and then I can add it to darkness. Darkness plus equals vignette. Did that even do anything? Maybe not. 3.5? Hello? Hello, Windows Defender, I don't want you. So darkness. Why is this not doing anything? Well, that did something. And now, how did that happen? So that should make everything dark, right? Yeah, that makes everything dark. Why is this not working? Or maybe it's too gradual. By center dis. So if you square it, it's sharper on the edges. But what is 0.35 by 0.35? So you subtract that much, and then you multiply it by like 5 or something, and then that's our vignette. There we go. So the next thing I want to add was a camera offset. So camera list or tuple list self-back camera. And I can just take that as a vec2. Uniform vec2 camera. So this is a pixel offset. And for the sampling stuff, all I gotta do actually right here, minus camera dot x right when it's dealing with the pixels. Minus camera.y, and we get ourselves, so theoretically, oh my, that is not correct. I need a second version of this that has the camera stuff, and one that doesn't. I'm thinking I might not have time for the scarf. I'm probably just gonna have to come in and do that later if I have time. What happened to chrono lapse? Okay, it's still going, good. So the way this is gonna work is this UV2 is used right here for getting the noise value. And now I gotta invert that, I guess, and then reduce the effect. Alright, so now that should like move based on my movement. It's not, might be a bit too subtle, so I'm gonna go with 0.5. Actually, I don't. Why? So that's working, I guess. I think I'm gonna change the dark color to just pure black. I think that might look better. Oh yeah, it does. More contrast. Let's go. And then all right. I'm gonna slow down how fast this progresses. There we go. I'm liking the way that looks. Let me know if you guys have any suggestions for that. But I think for now I'm gonna leave it unless someone says something otherwise. Alright. Can I play entry when the combo finishes? I don't know, maybe. I'm pretty busy for the next several days. So yeah, I have the vignette. I want to add the glowing from the fireflies though. So for that, we have a nice little image I can steal. It should be in MISC. Here we go. Data, images, MISC. So there's our light image. So self.glow image equals self dot or Pygame dot surface 255 self dot glow image dot fill, and then I'm gonna use a bright blue color. but one that's in the palette. And the brightest blue I have, which is 174, 226, 255. And then I can do a self.glow image.blit. We do self.e assets.images. Misc glow. That's light. Special flags equals Pygame.blend RGBA mult. And then I can use this. Actually, it shouldn't be that bright. 0.2. There's a good reason for that. You'll see in a bit. Okay. Glow image equals pygame.transform.scale self.glow image to it's gonna be math.sign firefly 0 plus firefly 1 plus self.e window.time, and then this will be by 0.001. Actually, the better way to do it is off the speed. So the speed is 2 by 0.1 and by 0.2. Alright. So that gives us that. That will be our radius. Radius equals that by, or it should be the diameter, by 10 plus 20. No, 5 plus 20 probably. Diameter, and then self.e renderer.blit glow image, and then position 0 minus glow image.get width by 2. So close. Let's see if this works. Oh, one last thing. Special flags equals pygame.blend RGBA add. I hope this gets passed through. Test. Right? The blit. Why is it missing just? Oh wait. It's up here. It's 2300. Alright, so I gotta figure out how to pass this through. It takes it. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to do a hack here. Alright, this is gonna be one of the last things that gets done. So z equals 107. That's gonna be the secret password I use. If you're over here on cycle and you got blit, if z does not equal 107. Or that would be blit 0, right? Blit 0, else. Oh, no, that's show flags equals Pygame.blend RGBA add. Hopefully it doesn't lag. So I don't need to use the special flags thing anymore because I cheated. Look at that, they glow. I think it needs to be more blue. For blueness, gotta change this. And then, last thing, diameter should probably be larger. Actually, so what I'm thinking here, what if I just do that? I think this actually might look better. There we go. I'm liking this a lot better. This is the aesthetic I was going for all along. Alright. I'm pretty happy with this result. Only thing I want to check is the frame rate. Just gotta double check real quick I'm not killing it with any number of things. If self.e input .pressed interact print the window has something for this. Why is it doing that? The window is it's just the average of the frame log. Sum self.e window dot frame log divided by, wait, no, I had to have put fps in it. Yeah, it's .fps. Self.e window .fps. Let's see how fast it's running. Okay, I'm getting 400 FPS. That's good enough. I'll take it. Let me go over here where there's some other stuff going on and just make sure it's still good. So the most intense area of the map's probably going to be over here where there's a bunch of trees. This is probably the most intense area of the map to render. Okay, I'm getting like 250, that's good enough. So the last thing I gotta do is I'll go cut that out and run it and then check my, oh, I forgot that stops the music. I always forget that. Hold on. E G, wait, desktop, 2 of these. Stream music is back. Hello. Alright, so what I have to see here is the GPU usage. It's at 0%. So this is a really easy shader to run. Perfect. So last thing I want to check is like maybe a memory leak. GPU memory is constant. That's good. So you can see it's sitting around 163. That's fine, I think. As long as it's not going up, looks like we're good. So, game is functional. Yay. Quick thing though, I need to remove the cheat I had to give me the maps to start with. So, remove these. I'm not gonna have those, and I've got to make sure that... Why is it telling me to press Z? Oh, it's gonna be under NPC. It's gonna say... If you've never opened the maps, and len self.e hud.maps, so you have a map, then it'll tell you that. So I'm gonna run through one of the quests really quick here. So George, hi George, how are you doing, George? Alright. Hello, Patrick. Nope, that's not it. You gotta jump from here. Nope. Guess I'm going, well no, it's doable. I just need to be better at jumping. I think I gotta jump later. Barely. Alright, hello sir. So it says press Z, I have a map. So now, theoretically, if I go over to that first spot right here, it's not going to tell me it's there, because I don't have that map yet. But if I go over to the other one, where are we? So it's up here. So I can press down, I can dig for it, and I get a pocket watch. And then I can go back to him. Alright. So I can... So he took the pocket watch back, and that's it. Alright. I can just dig in his yard. Wait, why is... Oh. My preview of the live stream was like many minutes behind. Alright. Did Pygame recently have an update? I mean, Pygame CE has had a bunch. I think the mainstream Pygame had one too. I don't know. Alright. I don't want a triple jump. Nah. The game's not very long. I might modify the game later to add proper full screen support, and I'll just do it as like a post-jam build. That actually might be something, I would have to check the rules. It might be something I'm allowed to add after the jam and still throw it into the main build. So anyways, for VFX, I think I'm happy. I'm happy with where the game is at. So I just have to do music and sound effects. So if you haven't seen my game development stuff before, you would, well, if you have seen it before, you would know that I don't actually stream that part. So I'm gonna end the stream here. I've got 2 hours left to go ahead and finish my game. I'll see you guys later, I guess. Well, technically I won't be streaming again, so this is the end of the stream for this game. So this is what I have. Ta-da! You'll probably see a time lapse come out soon, and then the game as well. So you'll probably see the announcement somewhere, and you can go and play it. But yeah.